Testing.
We can hear you.
I heard you.
Okay. Pray. Father God, we thank you for this day. We thank you for loving and caring for us. And we thank you for the ability to come and serve you as we go through this business to God. Lead and guide us in our decisions. We ask this in your name. Amen.
Thank you, Jeremy. All right, we're ready to go on the record. Good morning. The board members are made up of 13 is the Mississippi Board of Nursing. We have 7 nurses, 4 LPNs, a consumer and a physician representative. Today, your panel will be made up of 2 RNs and 2 LPNs. One will be serving as an alternate, and you're an LPN, correct? So you will have 2 LPNs and an RN on your panel today for the hearings. We have the Honorable Mr. Edward Wiggins serving as counsel to the Board Assistant Attorney General. And those serving on the panel today for you are
Janie Clanton, RN. Nancy Norris. Shirley Jackson, LPN.
Melissa King, and I'll be serving as the alternate.
All right, good morning, everyone. Again, my name is Edward Wiggins. I'll be serving as the hearing officer for today. Thank you again for your patience. The first matter to come before the board panel this morning regarding license number P335035. Council, are there any preliminary matters?
Yes, there are. We have admission of exhibits as well as a swearing in of the witnesses. So at this time, the state would move exhibits B1 through B15 be admitted into the record.
Ms. Creel, do you have any objection to those exhibits?
No, sir.
All right, thank you. They will be admitted. At this time, we'll go ahead and have our the hearing in of our witnesses. We do have, the board panel has agreed to allow for the witnesses that are on Zoom to be sworn in virtually.
Yes.
So
We have a Michael Bradshaw and Brittany Evans on behalf of Ms. Creel, Dr. Lee and Casey Loper on behalf of the state,
okay,
as well as Ms. Creel, who is present.
And Rhonda Gibson.
Is she online though?
She is.
Oh, she is?
Yeah, that's her with the
Okay, very good. Rhonda Gibson. Yes.
I'm going to ask each Zoom witness to please raise your right hand. Ms. Creel, please raise your right hand. Each and every one of you solemnly swear that the testimony you're going to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
I do.
I need each witness to please answer.
I do.
Dr. Lee is on mute.
Dr. Lee, you're on mute.
You gotta unmute still.
Okay, I am sorry. I thought I was muted, but I do.
Thank you very much. We will begin with opening statements. Then this is a show cause hearing. So we will hear arguments from both sides. We will allow for questioning of witnesses. There may be questions from the board panel as well as myself. Following the presentation of both sides, we'll have closing statements and the board will make findings of fact and conclusions of law. A decision will be rendered in this matter, a copy of which will be sent to the licensee within 30 to 45 days of this hearing. These hearings are open to the public. Again, the board may deliberate and make its decision in executive session. Ms. Creel, are you represented by counsel? You understand you have the right to be represented by counsel? You understand you have the right to have witnesses testify on your behalf?
Yes, sir.
And you're ready to proceed with this matter this morning?
Yes, sir.
Can you pull the mic a little bit closer to your mouth? Thank you.
We will start with our opening statements. Counsel.
Today, we are here on the matter of Kimberly Creel. The state has alleged that Ms. Creel has violated the Nurse Practice Act in that she is engaged in unprofessional conduct and has admittedly consumed an illicit substance while within the Mississippi Nurse Voluntary Program. The evidence and testimony will show that Ms. Creel entered voluntarily into the MMVP program February 8, 2021, as her initial assessment diagnosed her with cannabis use disorder and having a high probability of substance use. The evidence will also show that Ms. Creel admitted to having a glass of wine, as well as her wanting to withdraw from the program without going forward with the process of being reassessed.
Ms. Creel, if you have an open statement, you may make it at this time.
No, sir.
All right, thank you. Counsel,
Yes, I would call Casey Loper. Ms. Loper, please state your name for the record, please.
Casey Loper.
And in what capacity do you serve the Board of Nursing?
I'm the Mississippi Nurse Voluntary Program Manager.
And are you familiar today with the matter before the panel?
I am.
And how are you familiar with Ms. Creel's matter?
I did Ms. Creel's intake and then also was her case manager throughout her time in the program.
Okay. And can you just tell the panel briefly what the Mississippi Nurse Voluntary Program is?
Sure. So the Mississippi Nurse Voluntary Program is an alternative to discipline program for nurses that have substance abuse and/or mental health issues. We were passed into law July 1st, 2019 through Mississippi Admin Code 2826. And we serve to support nurses as they go, as they transition into recovery and then ideally back into the nursing workforce.
And is this program different from the compliance program currently within the board?
Yes.
Can you explain just the difference of this program?
So the compliance program is a disciplinary program. Our participants, when they complete, they do not have anything that is permanently on their license to show that they were a part of the program. It is a program that views substance use as a disease and not as a behavioral problem. And so we look to support those nurses that are willing and meet the criteria to transition into recovery. And we offer support and guidance along the way as needed.
Okay. And are you familiar with the exhibits that were just admitted into this hearing regarding Ms. Creel, specifically familiar with exhibits B6, actually B5 through B15?
I am.
Okay. Let Ms. Loper tell the panel how Ms. Creel became a participant within the Mississippi Nurse Voluntary Program.
It's my understanding that the facility that Ms. Creel worked at did a drug test of employees due to some discrepancies related to narcotics. Ms. Creel did not test positive at that time for the medication that they were trying to find out where the discrepancies were, but she did test positive for marijuana. She did report to us and was seeking the alternative to discipline program.
Okay, so how then did Ms. Creel become eligible to become an active participant? Walk the panel through those steps, please.
So when we have somebody reach out to us, we gather some information on them. We then provide them with a pre-intake packet that provides us some more information in writing on what occurred, on just their background, their history, their identifying information. We make sure that that person meets what the expectation of the law put forth as far as eligibility criteria. And then we look to move forward with them signing an agreement from there.
Okay, so Ms. Creel did meet with you initially about entering into the program and had a formal intake meeting. Is that correct?
She did. Her everything for her was done via phone, or and her intake was done virtually.
All right, and as it was determined by the criteria for entering into the MMVP program, was Ms. Creel assessed?
Yes, so our participants do have to meet with a board-approved assessor, and we do have to receive the recommendations prior to signing their agreement so that it can be included into their agreement.
And who did she meet with?
Dr. Tony Lee.
In fact, Dr. Lee is here today to testify. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And what result was Ms. Crill's assessment that allowed her to participate in the program?
She had a substance use diagnosis. She admitted to substance use and was willing to do the things that she needed to do in order to be in the program as far as what the agreement laid out for her.
Okay. Ms. Lipper, I'm going to now call your attention to Exhibit B8.
Okay,
So when you have it.
I have it.
Okay. For identification purposes, what is Exhibit B8?
Exhibit B8 is the monitoring agreement that was entered into on February, I believe, 18th of 2021 between the Mississippi Nurse Voluntary Program and Nurse Creel.
And specifically within this agreement, can you state what subsection C is? And that would be on the first page of Exhibit B8.
So Section C relates to absenteeism in the program, which does state that participants must remain completely and totally abstinent of any mood-altering substances, including benzos, hypnotics, a list a couple other things, but basically anything that's mood-altering. And that they must have if they do test positive, they must have a negative drug test before returning to work. And it's no use whatsoever, if the third sentence is no use whatsoever of any amount of alcohol, illicit drug, narcotics, any prescription controlled medication.
Okay. And was total abstinence explained to Ms. Creel?
It was, yes, ma'am.
And are those her initials that appear on subsection C beside abstention?
Yes.
Okay. The second page of that agreement, continuing on in subsection C, Ms. Loper, did you ever receive a medication verification form from Ms. Krill authorizing any use of any medication?
I believe that we did receive a medication verification form for medication unrelated to anything that was that she was to refrain from.
So there was no medication verification form for her being allowed to smoke marijuana?
No,
There was no medication verification form that allowed her to drink alcohol?
no.
Okay. All right. Part E, Ms. Loper, on page 3 of the agreement, can you just briefly explain Part E to the panel?
Part E is related to urine drug screens. Our participants generally are expected to do 18 to 24 per year. They're expected to check in every day, one of 3 ways, which is to call Affinity, check in online from any web browser, or they have the option to download a app and log in that way. When they log in, they're expected to log in between the hours of 3 a.m. and 5 p.m. Central Time to see if they have a drug test selection that day. And then if they are expected to drug test that day, then they are to make their arrangements to test before 11:59 p.m. Typically, the centers close before that. So they're to make sure that they go to their testing center before it closes.
And are those initials Ms. Krill's that she placed in that box there that's by the urine drug screen?
Yes.
Okay, so that section was fully explained to Ms. Krill as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Leper, I also want to touch on part F. It talks about treatment providers. The statement on the page 4 says to be determined. Can you just briefly explain to the panel what that means?
With Ms. Creel, we allowed her to find a treatment provider after signing her agreement. And she did so to meet her expectations as far as her recommendations from her assessor.
Part G, was Ms. Krill subject to attending AA meetings?
Yes.
Okay, and the next page actually of this agreement, continuing on with G, it says to be determined in this space where it lists my sponsor's first name. Can you explain that to the panel?
So there are participants do have 60 days to obtain a sponsor. And so at that point, Ms. Creel did not have a sponsor. And so she was given until April 18th, 2021 to obtain a sponsor.
And did she finally obtain a sponsor by that date?
To the best of my recollection, she did, yes.
Okay. Part H talks about employment and return to work. Can you briefly tell the panel about that section, please?
So this section, when they have their assessment done, they are typically included a recommendation for return to work. And so that assessment that was done by Dr. Lee did have an amendment to it, which is included in the exhibits today, that did give her permission to return to work. So we go over that. They are not permitted to have access to controlled substances for a minimum of 6 months. She was returning to her previous employer, so that information was included. We go over that they need a worksite monitor, that they are to let us know of any disciplinary actions or anything like that while they are employed, any type of abnormal, unexplained positive adult-rated drug screens that it does say in bold there at the bottom of page 5 that they understand that they would be removed from work immediately.
Okay. Who was her work site monitor while she was employed with the Grove?
Rhonda Gibson.
Okay. All right. And did you have communication with Rhonda Gibson about any involvement of Ms. Krill in the program?
She submitted the reports that were requested, and then after withdrawal from the program, Ms. Gibson submitted an email on Ms. Creel's behalf.
Can you tell the panel about the quarterly self-reports and what Ms. Krill was to do? That's in part I.
Quarterly self-reports. We have reports that are due every quarter, including a self-report from our participants. Those are due on the 15th of the months outlined. We do include a work employer report. There's several quarterly reports that are actually included as well. The report of supervised practice comes from the employer, medication verification, therapy report, self-report.
And was Ms. Krill timely in submission of those reports?
She was timely overall. I don't believe that they were all on time, but for the most part, there was not an issue on timely reporting.
All right. And then finally, Ms. Loper, I'm looking at page 8 of the agreement, part Q. Can you explain part Q to the panel as it relates to Ms. Krill's case today?
So part Q goes over completion of the program or termination from the program. So our participants, we all want them to succeed. And so if they do everything that's outlined in their agreement, or if they do violate the agreement but are willing to do the things that they need to do in order to return to compliance, then they can successfully complete the program. If they fail to comply with the terms of the agreement, then they are terminated from the program. In Ms. Creel's case, number one is what we are referring to, and the fact that she failed to comply with any terms and conditions of the program when she withdrew from the program. So she did not meet the expectation that she complete 2 years of the program. She completed less than 1 year of the program when she opted to terminate from the program.
Okay. And the termination, Ms. Loper, actually is captured in Exhibit B7. You can look at that exhibit, please, for me.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Have you ever seen this document?
Yes, ma'am. This document was emailed to me.
Okay. And can you tell for the purposes of the record what this document is?
This is Ms. Creel's notice of withdrawal from the program. She was asked to provide a statement with her intent to withdraw that she signed and had notarized.
Were there any admissions in this withdrawal letter about noncompliance with the program?
She does discuss that in the third paragraph that within the last few days, a drug test was taken that showed alcohol in my system. I drank a glass of wine that night before the random drug test was pulled. On that day, I was not working, did not have to work the next day.
And Ms. Loper, tell the panel, what is the process by which, if a participant were to, as in Ms. Krill's case, test positive for alcohol, what would be the process or the next step within the program that Ms. Krill should take?
In Ms. Creel's case, and in any similar case to where Ms. Creel was as far as it relates to in the program and her compliance, she was expected to cease nursing practice, obtain a reassessment to see if any substance abuse treatment was needed, what that would look like, inpatient, outpatient, what level of care, and a return to duty or a fitness for duty assessment as well.
And was that information communicated to Ms. Krill?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was the result of that communication?
Ms. Creel asked about what would happen if she terminated from the program. I explained to her that I did not have a way of knowing what would happen other than her case would be turned over to legal to be reviewed for further action and a possible hearing in front of the board. She did ask me how long she had to make that decision. I did explain to her that she would be in the program unless we were notified otherwise. So there was no time frame on when a decision needed to be made. And I did encourage her to stay in the program. And I did also encourage her to speak to the people that she made important life decisions with.
Okay. And let's go to the heart of that. So you received notification regarding a positive screen on Ms. Krill beyond the October 7th date. Is that correct?
Yeah, so her drug test was October 7th. We received the results on October 17th. That was a Sunday, so it was not checked until Monday, October the 18th.
Okay. And did you have communication with Ms. Krill regarding that screen?
I did. I contacted Ms. Creel. She admitted to having a glass of wine the night prior to the test. She then signed a document via DocuSign recapping the phone call that we had and was asked to review it, ask questions before signing it to make sure that it was true. And then she did sign it and return it the same day.
And that document that you're referring to, isn't that marked and entered into evidence as Exhibit B9?
That is.
Okay. And as we're on the same line of testimony, Ms. Loper, can you go ahead and explain to the panel Exhibit B10?
B10 is where she was provided documentation, or there was a phone call that was made that recapped that she did admit to drinking, that as a result, she would have to have a reassessment, that she would need to complete that. The asterisk relates to there being an attached copy of approved assessors list, just so it would be easily accessible to her. And then that she acknowledged that she was not to return to work until she was reassessed, that we received that recommendation from an approved assessor, and that we did approve her to return to nursing.
And in fact, Ms. Loper, this is not just a nurse voluntary program policy. Isn't that requirement of being reassessed actually part of the law located in Part 2826, Rule Point 1.1, and I believe it's subsection C. Actually, let me go back. It's not. It's in 1.5 of Part 2826, subsection C. And that's found in B11, Ms. Loper. I'm sorry.
That's okay. I'm trying to it does say that she's to cease nursing practice until she's approved to return or can continue. It does say she's to obtain from alcohol. I don't necessarily see in that section where it says she has to receive a reevaluation.
On number 5, on C5, do you see treatment professional?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, return to practice by the treatment professional in MA. Yes, yes, ma'am. I'm sorry.
All right. And was Ms. Krill given a copy of the rules 2826?
She was not provided a copy of that. It is accessible on our website and our participants are made aware of that.
The rules and law, part 2826, is also referenced within her 2-year contract. Is that true?
It is.
Okay. All right. For identification purposes, Ms. Loper, Exhibit B13. Just for identification purposes, what is Exhibit B13?
B13 is the initial assessment that was completed by Dr. Lee on Kimberly Creel. So this was prior to her entering the program.
Okay, so you've seen this document.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and on the first page of B13, would you agree with me in the second paragraph, it noted that she tested positive for THC during that assessment meeting?
In the second paragraph?
Oh, pardon me. No, it's not second paragraph. Hold on a minute. In that document, Exhibit B13, would you agree with me that when Ms. Krill presented before Dr. Lee that she had a test that she underwent and that it did test positive for THC?
Yes, it's to my best of my recollection. I'm trying to find the drug test results in here. But it is my recollection that she did test positive for THC at that time.
Yep. And so then let's go to your referral, Exhibit B6.
Okay.
Okay. And we'll backtrack, but let's look at that second page.
Okay.
Okay. And I'm curious about the test that she underwent on March 24th, 2021. Can you tell the panel about that screen?
So for her first drug test with us, it did fall on March 24th of 2021. She did test positive for marijuana. We did consult with Dr. Barry Lubin, who does work for Affinity Spectrum, which is who we use for drug testing and checking in and those things. And explained to him the situation. He looked at the test result that was conducted when she met with Dr. Lee, determined that there was no way that he could say that that was new use. She denied new use. And so we moved forward with that with no action at that time.
Okay. And Ms. Loper, I apologize for you skipping around so much. One last question on Exhibit B13. It's found on page 16 of B13.
Yes, ma'am.
So let me ask the question I asked earlier. So to your knowledge, within this assessment, does it show here that when Ms. Krill presented to Dr. Lee on February 5, 2021, that a drug screen was performed in which she tested positive for THC?
Yes, ma'am. It is outlined under lab results.
Okay. So your testimony is February 5th, 2021 and March 24th, 2021, she tested positive for marijuana, correct?
That is correct.
And the discussion with Dr. Lubin discouraged further action at that time against Ms. Krill and her participation in the program, correct?
That is correct, because of him not being able to definitively say whether that indicated new use or not.
Okay, so then let's talk about, Ms. Loper, why Ms. Krill was referred to the legal division and why we're here today. Going back to B6, would you agree with me that this is the MMBP legal referral?
It is.
Okay, did you draft this document?
I did.
And this is your knowledge regarding Ms. Krill's participation as you are the case manager, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so just tell the board again the referral the reason behind the referral from MMVP to the legal division.
It was, the referral was made due to the termination, the self-termination from the program of Ms. Creel. When we received a positive alcohol test from Ms. Creel, we were not going to initiate any termination. Our request was that she cease nursing practice until she was determined fit to return to duty, and to see if there was any treatment that was needed for her in order to get back on the right track. Ms. Creel initiated that termination process. And when that happens, we do refer it over to the legal department for a breach of contract. Outlined under the reasons for referral is everything that she had violated as a result of her participation thus far in the program.
And it mainly concerned that October 7th, 2021, positive drug screen for alcohol. Is that correct?
That's what she identified terminating from the program, wanting to withdraw from the program because of the reassessment process and having to cease nursing practice.
Did she ever communicate to you that she was not or didn't want to be reassessed?
She said that she did not have the money that she thought that I had, that I thought that she had. Explained to her that I don't make any assumptions about anybody's financial situation, that I just follow the expectations put forth of her in her monitoring agreement as far as the program goes. It was my understanding that she did not want to, could not, whatever the case may be, get a reassessment for what she identified as financial reasons.
Okay. And were there any communications between you and the employer as a result of the positive screen?
I did report to the employer that there was a positive screen. The employer acknowledged that they had already been made aware that there was a positive screen. They did ask for us to clarify what it was positive for. At that time, I said that I would need to consult with legal to see how far we could go as far as what we do release. And before we were able to get a decision on that, Ms. Creel decided to withdraw from the program. So no further communication with the employer was made related to that drug test.
Ms. Lipper, I want you now to go to B15.
Okay.
For identification purposes, what is B15?
B15 is a compliance port that is pulled by Spectrum, our Affinity system related to Ms. Creel's participation and compliance with checking in, drug testing, and those things.
Okay. And I'm gonna draw your attention to the section where it says summary. Would you agree with me here on this report? It states that 245 times is how many times Ms. Creel checked into the system?
Yes,
Would you agree with me that 12 times she was selected to test?
correct,
Would you agree with me that 9 of those 12 she tested negative?
correct,
2 of the 12 she tested positive,
correct,
and 1 value out of range?
correct,
And just for clarification, would you agree with me that the positive results were as a result of the March 24th, 2021 THC positive and the October 7, 2021 ETG or alcohol positive?
correct.
Okay. Towards the back of this exhibit, I know it's quite lengthy, but the last 8 pages or so, and the way to identify this Ms. Loper is that the page that says page 1 of 8. And again, it's the last 8 pages of this exhibit.
Okay.
Again, just for identification purposes, can you explain what these last 8 pages are within exhibit B15?
These pages are notes in the system related to communication that was with Ms. Creel.
Okay, give or take, is it safe to say that from about April 8, 2021 to October 2021, there's approximately 48 communications that were between yourself and then Ms. Krill?
I don't know the exact number. I just know that these are the communications that we did have. So whatever's in here, whether that be in the system, where she sent a message, or a phone call where I captured that then after the phone call.
And would you say here that Ms. Creel had a lot of questions in the beginning of the program?
Ms. Creel did have several questions in the beginning of the program, all of which we expect from our participants.
And these communications capture responses by you on behalf of the MMVP program?
Yes, ma'am.
I do want to draw your attention to specifically, Ms. Loper, page 5 of 8 of these communications.
I'm sorry, can you hold on just a moment?
Sure.
I am so sorry about that.
No worries.
Okay, we said page 4,
5 of 8.
5 of 8. Okay,
All right. Would you agree with me? This note at the very bottom, where it's dated 9/1/2021, was an excerpt regarding some quarterly reports that were missing.
yes,
Can you tell the panel whether or not that was rectified and was explained to Ms. Krill how to complete that or how to submit what she was missing?
yes,
So she became in compliance with those reports as a result of the communication you had with Ms. Krill, correct?
correct.
Okay. I now want you to go to page 7 of 8, Ms. Loper.
Okay.
And I'm curious and would like for you to tell the panel about submissions of October 18, 2021 and October 19, 2021.
October 18th recaps the phone call that we had regarding her positive drug test. Where she did admit that she drank wine the night prior. It does explain that she would receive a document via DocuSign. That document was reviewed earlier with a deadline of receiving that October 19th by 7. If there was no questions and concerns, the document, I sent that document within 30 minutes of the conversation for the participant to review.
Go ahead.
On the 19th, we did have another phone call, which was recapped in DocuSign as well. I'm sorry, the next one relates to the message that I sent her that it had been sent and for her to return it, related to a phone call that we had about, I believe that one related to ceasing nursing practice. Then the last one on the 19th is where the participant's employer initiated contact with me before I was, I think, able to initiate contact with them, or maybe I had left a message. I can't recall. And that they said that they were made aware of a positive drug test. They requested consideration for her to return to work, explained that she would not be able to return to work until the assessment, and she was deemed fit for duty. They asked to confirm what the test was positive for. I told them that I wasn't sure that I could release that information, that I would be back in touch when I had an answer.
Okay. And then on page 8 of 8, Ms. Loper, if you could just tell the panel about the communications where it says note date 10/19/2021 and note date 10/20/2021.
10/19/2021 note relates to me explaining the next steps as a result of her drug test, that she would have to have a reassessment, that she cannot return to nursing until the reassessment was completed. She stated that she did not have the money that I thought she had, and I have to do all this because I drank 1 glass of wine. I explained to her that I made no assumptions about how much money someone does or doesn't have, but that was the expectation of the program, that she receive a reassessment for a positive drug test. I also explained that alcohol consumption violated multiple parts of her monitoring agreement. She did ask what would happen if she decided to drop out of the program. Explained that her case would be referred to legal for review and to determine next steps. She asked what that would be. I explained to her that there were many things that could happen. And I also explained to her that we wanted to support her during this time and we didn't want her to withdraw from the program. She asked how much time she had to make a decision. I explained to her that there was no time frame for her to make any decision as it related to withdrawing from the program, and that she would remain in the program until we were notified otherwise by her. I reiterated that the participant was expected to obtain the reassessment and cease nursing practice until approved to return. I did schedule a follow-up call with her the next day because she did seem very upset due to, as evidenced by her tone of voice and her choice of words, and encourage her to discuss the situation with important people in her life and then we'll do a follow-up call so she could ask any questions that she wanted to. That document reviewing that call was sent to her via DocuSign and was signed by her. And then on the 20th, we had the follow-up call. Asked her how she was feeling. She said she was fine. And then she said she wanted to withdraw from the program. I explained that she would need that statement in writing, that it had to be notarized. I did explain to her that she changed her mind prior to providing the note, that she reach out to me so that we could discuss that before she decided to withdraw from the program. She stated that she would send the letter. She also asked if she could go back to work. I explained to her that since it was no longer, if she withdrew from the program, it was no longer MMVP related, that she would need to speak to the legal department as it related to returning to work.
So Ms. Loper, the bottom line is, Ms. Creel perhaps wouldn't be here today before the panel had she just not gone and underwent the reassessment.
If she had done the reassessment, we would not have terminated her from the program. We would have attempted to support her related to whatever her recommendation was, and ultimately returning to work if she was deemed fit or when deemed fit.
And the truth is, we have nothing today to support whether or not she is fit.
So Ms. Creel, when she withdrew from the program, she stopped any type of monitoring. So there's been, to my knowledge, no random drug testing, at least on the board's behalf or the MMVP program's behalf. No checking in, no reports or anything like that.
I tend to the witness at this time.
I have a question. So when was the last check-in and when was the last drug test?
The last check-in, let's see, that's going to be found in B15.
October 21st is her last noted check-in of 2021. And her last selection, which was the positive result, was on 10/7/2021.
Thank you. Any questions from the board panel? For Ms. Creel?
Do you have any questions of Ms. Loper?
No, sir.
Any questions from the board panel for Ms. Loper?
Yes.
Let's see.
Yes, at this time, I would like to call Dr. Lee.
Good morning.
Good morning. Dr. Lee, can you state your full name for the record, please?
My full name, Tony Terrell Lee.
And what is your occupation?
My current occupation is assistant professor of psychology.
Okay. And do you possess any licenses, degrees that would support your work?
Yes, PhD, clinical psychology, licensed professional counselor for the state of Mississippi, national certified counselor.
Okay. And how long have you been doing what you're doing? How long have you been assistant professor, and how long have you been an LPC?
So for a full-time assistant professor for the past 6 years, as far as the licensed professional counselor since 2011, so a little over a decade.
Okay, all right. And Did you conduct an assessment on Miss Kimberly Krill?
I did on February 5th of 2021.
Okay, and I want to now go to Exhibit B13. And prior to that, Dr. Lake, can you tell the panel a little bit about your education and training? I want you to get that on the record.
Okay, so master's degree in counseling at William Carey University, PhD, Walden University, 2015, clinical psychology. Training specifically with assessments included the SASE-4, MMPI-3, Rorschach Ink Block, as well as the Wechsler scales and the Stanford-Binet. Also with the Beck's depression and Beck's anxiety inventories.
Okay. And so with regard to Exhibit B13, Dr. Lee, is it your testimony that you compiled this report and actually wrote some of it based on your assessment of Ms. Krill?
This is correct.
Okay. And I'd like you to explain to the panel your process. When Ms. Krill presented before you, what is your process that you underwent to obtain this assessment and analysis when she had completed the instruments that you performed?
Well, from start to finish, we started the biopsychosocial assessment, where I would ask Ms. Krill a battery of questions. I would then also get as well 2 references, preferably from the employer and a friend, but if that was not available, someone that knew of the situation. And I would take all 3 of those and develop the mental health history, the social history, and the psychological history. Once that is compiled, then we went to the battery of assessments, which included the SASE-4, and that particular day, the CAGE-8, which is very simple instrument. Then I ended up compiling with the DSM-5 to come up with an initial diagnosis. Once that was completed, after the SASE-4 compiled T-scores, we then, I administered the MMPI-3 inventory, in which I prefer the MMPI-3 inventory to go along with these other batteries, because the other instruments dealing with the substance alcohol abuse may not always catch people who are lying or anything of that nature. And so the MMPI-3 is a very valuable tool to get a deeper insight into the person's personality, their traits. And so once that was finished, I asked Ms. Krill to get an actual lab test. So from start to finish, that was the process, and when I ended up coming up with a formal diagnosis and recommendation.
Okay. And Dr. Lee, you mentioned the MMPI-3.
Mm-hmm.
And were there any categories within that MMPI-3 that stood out or were of concern as it related to Ms. Krill?
Very. And I would like to say all of the instruments were consistent with each other, including from the biopsychosocial statements along with the DSM-5, which I believe the DSM-5 ended up from those statements, mild substance use, let's see here, disorder. And then on the SASE-4, it showed that where she had a high probability of substance use. So with the MMPI-3, and on that particular hard copy, I believe it is on page 5 of the MMPI-3 interpretive report. If you happen to have that, you may see that her T-score was a 69. Now with the MMPI-3, if you see that graph, between 50 and 64 are normative scores. Anything above and below that could cause some concern, mainly if it's above. So her T-score is 69. That means at the T-score 65 and above, that may be a little cause some concern. Once you get it up into the 70s, that is a high concern. So if you look at the substance view, that's an indication that she has a history and a probable future use of drug and alcohol. Okay, but it's not necessarily set in stone.
I believe- Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, so just by in and of itself, it's just an eyebrow raiser. But then on page, let's see, where is it? The next page, page 6. Now, what stood out to me to go along with that substance is the, let's say the negativity, the neuroticism. It is a NEGE. That T-score is 76. That's an indication of negative attitudes on life, on possibly herself, family situation, any and everything. So that is a cause concern when you compare that with the substance use. There are several others that will go along with that if you actually look at the T-scores, but that is the one that stood out with me. The third one, let's see which page that is on. The third thing that actually stood out to me is on page 4. On page 4, the T-score on the suicidal ideation, SUI, that is at 65 and is highlighted in bold. These particular 3 T-scores in these subscales is a high concern when you group them all together. So it gives an insight on possible causes of the substance use and her attitude on life. And with the suicidal ideation, it was a great cause of concern. And that is why in the final report that I recommended that she get immediate counseling due to her situation to address the suicidal ideation, because that, along with the negative and our attitudes of life, is it goes along with the substance abuse and as a precursor to things that possibly could come, including, dropping out of the program.
And Dr. Lee, on page 9 of that MMPI 3 interpretive report, more in-depth discussion regarding that emotional dysfunction and the behavioral dysfunction regarding Ms. Crill's responses. Would you agree with me?
Yes.
Particularly that second paragraph where it begins her responses. Could you read that into the record, please?
The second paragraph, which would be the emotional dysfunction.
Yes.
Okay, so the emotional dysfunction pretty much states the test taker reports a history of suicidal death ideation and or past suicide attempts. She likely is at risk for self-harm, is preoccupied with suicide and death, and is at risk for current suicidal ideation attempts. Her responses indicate considerable and pervasive emotional distress that is likely to be perceived as a crisis. More specifically, she reports a significant lack of positive emotional experiences and a marked lack of interest. She's very likely quite pessimistic and presents with anhedonia and displays vegetative symptoms of depression. Now, the test taker reports experiencing significant demoralization, feeling overwhelmed, and being extremely unhappy, sad, and dissatisfied with her life.
I'm gonna stop you there, Dr. Lee.
Okay.
Thank you for that. I now want you to go on that same page to behavioral dysfunction.
Okay.
Can
So
you read
that,
that in? Go ahead.
okay, so it says under the behavior dysfunction, the test taker reports significant past and current substance abuse, and indeed likely has a history of problematic use of alcohol and drugs, including misuse of prescription medication, is sensation seeking, and has had legal problems as a result of substance abuse.
All right, Dr. Lee, I now want to go to Exhibit B13, but I specifically want to go to the area where you provided recommendations. Page 17 at the top within Exhibit B13.
Okay, so, okay, go ahead.
Yeah, explain to the panel how you came up with these recommendations and interventions. What were they based upon?
Okay, so my recommendation stem from the whole battery of the situation, the biopsychosocial assessment, the interview, along with the charts for the DSM-5 on the alcohol use disorder and substance use disorder, the MMPI-3, the CAGE-8, the SASE-4. So all those, my recommendation is a conglomerate of the findings of those assessments.
Okay, and can you just briefly talk to the panel about what those recommendations and interventions were as listed here within the assessment?
Right, as listed here, my recommendation, particularly not just with the substance use as for the Mississippi Board of Nursing, but also with her personal life with the suicidal ideation. So my recommendation at the time was to receive immediate counseling. And generally, I don't make a recommendation to the treatment facility, but with hers, I did. Not saying it's a conflict of interest because I worked at Pine Belt Mental Health Care for 20 years, but I do know they're one of the premier community mental health in the state. So I had recommended her to Pine Belt Mental Health Care Resources in Marion County. And then I also put, or she could choose her own. Or if she didn't want that, then the Mississippi Board of Nursing could have chimed in as well. So I made the recommendation that she receive counseling for those suicidal ideation and to work through whatever that was stemming through her, the suicidal as well as the substance use. I also put crisis intervention due to her family situation that was stated. So that is pretty much what I recommended. And once that was finished, she could have concurrently received inpatient treatment for those suicidal ideation along with the substance abuse disorder. So she could have done both of those concurrently. Pine Belt Mental Health Care does not provide inpatient, but that would have been the first step. And then they would have referred her for inpatient treatment for those. So that was my basic recommendations for Ms. Creel.
And you would agree with me then, Dr. Lee, based on your assessment and the results of the battery of tests that Ms. Creel completed, that she did have a diagnosis for substance use disorder. Would you agree with that? I
do agree.
Okay. And were you aware that Ms. Creel had tested positive for alcohol October 7, 2021?
I wouldn't want to say I was directly informed. It was sometime in October, and I kind of figured what was going on. Ms. Creel did give me a call and asked me how much would it cost for another assessment. And when I told her that it wouldn't be as expensive as the first time, since I've already seen it within a 12-month calendar. And so she said she would make an appointment with me. Did not follow through. And so I kind of figured, okay, I'm not sure what was going on. So I kind of figured something was going on for her to call for an assessment.
Sure. And in your professional opinion, do you have concern about that positive screen? that Ms. Krill submitted and test positive for alcohol?
I do.
Can you elaborate?
The one thing I could say about the human personality and human will, you can never underestimate the moment of a decision. Based on the MMPI-3, it demonstrated she has a higher probability of even relapsing based on the situations in her life. So once that I was made aware, she went into the agreement with the Mississippi Board of Nursing. The cause for concern of one or more positive screenings is causes concern because it shows a behavioral pattern.
And just for the purposes of informing the board, Dr. Lee, can you briefly just explain what a reassessment would involve?
So the reassessment would involve more than likely just a re-identification of the biopsychosocial. It will continue to use two actual references. The only thing that I would have used as assessment within the 12-month period would be the DSM-5, the SASE-4, and then again follow up with the MMPI-3, because I still wanted to see if there's been an improvement in the three major factors of the suicidal ideation, the neuroticism, as far as the negative view on life, as well as the substance use. So that's what it would have entailed. The cage age would not have been used or any other instrument in this particular assessment.
And the cost, I think you referred to that, the cost would have been less on a reassessment.
Yes, I do the standard $180 per hour, and I informed Ms. Loper that most of the write-up would not take as long. And generally speaking, I told her that the reassessment would take around 3 hours, and that would have been approximately around $540.
At this point, the state will tender the witness. Thank you, Dr. Lee.
Any questions for Dr. Lee? Any questions for Dr. Lee from the board panel?
This witness may be finally excused.
Dr. Lee, we thank you for your testimony. You may be excused.
Thank you.
At this point, the state now will rest.
Thank you, counsel. Ms. Creel, this will be your opportunity to share with the board your side of this issue. And you may begin at this time.
He's choked up and I can't talk Harvard, can I?
No, ma'am. Do you want to go ahead and start with your witnesses?
Yes,
Okay, which witness do you want to call first?
Rhonda Gibson.
Say the name again?
Rhonda Gibson.
Mr. Gibson?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Rhonda Gibson, I'm sorry. Okay, did you have some questions for her, or did you just want her to give a statement?
I just want her to give a statement.
Okay, Ms. Gibson, Ms. Creel is asking that you give a statement on her behalf. You may proceed.
Yes, sir. Ms. Creel has been an employee here at our facility for multiple years now. She came on as a fresh new little LPN, and her family situation was such that her spouse worked pipeline, so they were he worked off away from this area a lot. They have 3 boys. And so to keep her family unit together, they would travel off, and Miss Creel stayed on our PRN roster and would come back in every few months and work some. She has a wonderful rapport with our residents, with our other staff. She is greatly, greatly loved. And COVID, the whole pandemic, when we were all scrambling for nurses, left a huge impact on me about how much she cared for these residents, because she took her boys and she talked it over with her husband, and she came home to be sure that she was here day and night, helping out with resident care, making sure that all of our residents had what they needed. At no point in the years that she's been here, and since the pandemic started, she came back to work for us full time. But at no point in the years that she's been with us have I ever seen her compromised professionally or in any way in her care of her residents. We do this whole thing actually was, I guess, identified as a result of someone else doing something inappropriate things that we have yet, even with the AG's office, been unable to prove whom. But it was because of discrepancies in our narcotics that were discovered, that we called in just about every nurse we have. And she did not test positive for the substance that was found missing. She tested positive, of course, for the marijuana. And of course, at that point is when we turned everything over to the Board of Nursing and the state and the AG's office and the Board of Pharmacy. Ms. Creel has been cooperative every step of the way. She's done everything we asked her to do, from that initial positive drug screen. I took her off work. She has been very professional, very kind. She's done everything up until that October point, exactly as asked to do. She has a huge, huge heart, and she goes above and beyond when she's on duty. The October drug screen that was positive for alcohol was a little surprising, but I recognized that she was off duty for several days, so it would not have been something that was impactful in our facility. By the time that she was returning to work, that would have been out of her system. So I'm asking for the board to have leniency, if at all possible. I know you'll use wisdom and judgment, good judgment in this case. But we are still in a pandemic and still needing great healthcare personnel, great nurses, and I count her as one of those.
Thank you, Ms. Gibson. Council, any questions for Ms. Gibson?
Just a few. Hi, Ms. Gibson. How are you?
Hi, I'm well. How are you?
I'm doing well. I heard you mention earlier that the initial report of Ms. Creel to the board was a result of the positive marijuana that came about due to a reasonable suspicion screen from your facility. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And what was the response of the employer when Ms. Creel tested positive for an illegal drug?
We took her off duty immediately. She was off duty when I called her in. I called in 20-something nurses, to be exact. I believe it was 23, who had been on a particular hall where we had identified an issue. She came in immediately. There was no hesitation. She tested positive. I took her off work immediately. And then we waited to hear back from what the board had to say. And that was that she was to remain off work until a decision was made or arrangements were made for her to enter the Mississippi Voluntary Nurse Program.
Okay. So what is your drug policy then at the facility?
Specifically to what?
Well, if a nurse tests positive for cocaine or marijuana or methamphetamine, what is the drug policy at your facility?
We take them off immediately and we report it.
Okay. So they're not terminated.
Well, if they're entering the voluntary program, no, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, so your policy then, I'm sorry, I didn't understand. Did you state what your policy was?
No, I'm sorry, I wasn't clear myself on what you were asking at that point. If they test positive for an illegal substance, if they will be removed from the roster immediately or from active duty until we find out. We report them to the board. I did call the Board of Nursing, and I was instructed that that is what we were supposed to do. If they do not enter the voluntary program, then yes, we would terminate them. If they enter the voluntary program, then they are monitored for following through on their side when they're in this facility.
Does your facility conduct any random drug screening?
We do periodically, yes, and they would be, of course, random. Any randoms that I had, I don't think I had any more randoms of Miss Creel because she was in the program and they were doing randoms.
So October 7, 2021, you were aware of that screen as well, right?
Yes, Miss Creel informed me herself.
And has Miss Creel, did she work any beyond October 7, 2021 at your facility?
No, ma'am. She voluntarily informed us and removed herself before we could even do so.
Okay. Okay. So is she still employed with you all on a contract basis? Or let me make sure I understand, what is her current employment situation with you all?
She is still on our employee roster. She is a full-time nurse for this facility. She has just been unable to work since that positive screen.
Okay. And then is there any assistance that you offer to employees when they have, when they admitted they have maybe a substance issue?
Other than the referral to the services, the Mississippi Nurse Voluntary Program, no, ma'am.
Nothing further.
Any questions for Ms. Gibson from the board panel?
Ms. Gibson, good morning.
Good morning.
Just for clarity, I'm Shirley Jackson, a licensed practicing nurse. Can you, I may have overlooked it, but what is your capacity, please, as the person of the facility you're speaking of?
I'm the Director of Nursing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anything further from the board panel? Should be excused.
Sorry.
Should be excused.
Yes.
Ms. Gibson, we thank you for your time and testimony today. You may be excused.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Ms. Creel, would you like to call your next witness?
Brittany Evans,
Do you have questions for her? Or is she gonna
just a
make
statement.
just a statement? Ms. Evans?
Hey,
Hello, Ms. Evans. At this time, Ms. Creel is asking that you make your statement in her behalf.
I've worked with and around Kim for the years that she's been here. And I mean, she's took very good care of her residents and she takes her job seriously. There's been no lack of professionalism while in the facility that I've seen. And I mean, she's participated in and done what we've asked of her thus far.
Where is the facility, Ms. Evans?
The facility's in Columbia, Mississippi,
And the name of the facility?
The Grove.
All right, thank you. Council, you have questions for Ms. Evans?
Yeah.
Any questions for Ms. Evans from the board panel?
I'm sorry, Ms. Evans, good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Shirley Jackson again. What is your title, please, at the Grove?
I'm an LPN, the QA nurse.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, Ms. Evans, I think we appreciate your time and testimony. You are excused.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Your next witness, Ms. Creel.
Michael Bradshaw.
Hey, can y'all hear me?
Yes, sir. You are.
Yeah,
this is your time to- you can give your statement in Ms. Creel's behalf. You may go ahead.
thank you. I'm Michael Bradshaw. I'm the administrator at the Grove in Columbia. I've been a licensed administrator here for about 14 years, and I've known Ms. Creel since she came on board with us about 4 years ago. I just kind of echo the sentiments that Rhonda and Brittany already stated. I've gotten to know Kimberly, better over the past couple of years when she's come on more like a full-time employee. She's done an amazing job for us. She's really shown her true colors during COVID when she came in, when others wouldn't. And she definitely put the facility first and her residents. It's unfortunate that she kind of got caught up in this whole instance where we had some missing narcotics, and she's shown a lot of courage through all this, voluntarily going into this program and trying to do what was best. And I hate that we have found ourselves in this situation, but excellent nurse, never had any issues here. I've never questioned her judgment. I've never questioned her ability to be a nurse and perform the duties of that capacity. And prior to this incident where she tested positive, I don't think we've ever had any disciplinary action against her.
Thank you, Mr. Bradshaw. Counsel.
Yes. Hi, Mr. Bradshaw, how are you today?
Hey, I'm good.
Good. I'm just curious, as the administrator, would your duties include the hiring, firing of employees?
Not necessarily nurses, mainly department heads.
Okay. So when Ms. Creel tested positive for the marijuana, the first screen, the whole screen that got her to the Mississippi Nurse Voluntary Program. So is your testimony then that you would not have been involved in the process of either writing Ms. Creel up or whatever it is your policy is?
Yeah, I mean, I was definitely, made aware and involved in this particular instance just because there was so much other, things that kind of surrounded this whole process with, the missing narcotics and then us testing all of the other nurses. So yeah, I would say I was involved in this.
Okay. So then it's your testimony, then it was okay for a nurse to test positive for marijuana in your facility, right?
No, it definitely was not okay.
Okay. So what was the recourse? What were the recommendations for Ms. Creel from the facility?
So once we kind of found out what our, what our options were, the option, we've never had this happen before. So the option for us was for her to go into the voluntary program. If she would not have, agreed to do the program, then it would have been termination.
Okay. And did you know about the October 7, 2021 positive screen?
Yes.
Okay. And were you involved in this decision-making as well in that?
As far as
Ms. Creel's employment or whether or not she would be working?
All right, say that one more time.
Sure. You said you were aware of the October 7 screen. I'm just curious, your involvement as to the employment with Ms. Creel, as related to your knowledge of that.
Yeah, I mean, I knew she had been, she had to be taken off the schedule because it was to my knowledge that she was not going to continue the program.
So there was no recommendations specific though to Ms. Creel in terms of that, right? Just take off the schedule. Is that your testimony?
Yeah, pending how all this was going to shake out. Yeah.
Nothing further.
Any questions for Mr. Bradshaw from the board panel? All right, thank you, Mr. Bradshaw. You may be excused.
Okay.
Your next witness, Ms. Creel,
There are any more?
did you have anything you'd like to share with the board on your own behalf?
I started smoking when I was traveling with my husband. I wasn't working.
Can you speak? I'm so sorry.
I started smoking when I was traveling with my husband. I wasn't working. And when I would go home to work, I would stop. I was smoking it to help me sleep at night, only at night after my kids had went to bed. I didn't smoke it throughout the day or anything like that. And I would never have smoked it and then went to work. I've never been under the substance of anything while at work. And when I came home for COVID, I had been smoking and I didn't stop. So when I went home from work at night, I would still smoke and go to sleep. I started smoking because I got tired of taking pills to help me. Such as melatonin and stuff like that. When I entered into the program, I went to the doctor and they put me on trazodone. They started me off at 100, but I was still having to take melatonin along with it to get me to sleep. So I went back to the doctor and he upped it to 150 milligrams. So I've been taking that, but I've also still been taking around 70 milligrams of melatonin on top of it to help me sleep at night. I don't have a substance abuse disorder. I know what the papers say. And I'm not an alcoholic. I do like to go home and have a glass of wine like any normal person. But I made a choice a long time ago not to be an alcoholic because I was raised around it. And having to attend the meetings through the program, which was 3 AA meetings a week, was hard. I'm a good nurse and I love my job. That's it.
Ms. Creel, we thank you for your testimony. At this time, council may have some questions for you. You may have some questions from the members of the board panel. Do you need a moment? Council.
Ms. Krill, I need to ask you some questions. Okay. You did receive Exhibit B5, did you not, that contains the notice and the complaint against you by the board? Would you agree with me?
Yes.
Okay. And specifically on Exhibit A, where it says complaint, and I'll wait just a moment. I need you to go to the third page of Exhibit B5. Have Exhibit A complaint. And do you see there where it says charge 1 and charge 2?
Yes.
Yes, okay. And so I need to ask you, charge 1, where it asks and states that you had engaged in unprofessional conduct by possessing, obtaining, furnishing, or administering drugs to self except as legally directed. Are you guilty of that?
Yes.
And then under where it says charge 2, and it states that you had violated an order, specifically the nurse voluntary program contract, when you failed to report the unauthorized substance, and that you failed or refused to obtain a reassessment, and ultimately you were in non-compliance of the contract. Would you say you're guilty of that?
Yes.
Okay. I understand, Ms. Krill, that the basis upon you entering into this program was a result of a reasonable suspicion drug screen that was conducted while you were working at the Grove due to a narcotic discrepancy. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay. And the result of your submission when you complied was a result of a positive of marijuana. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. That positive led you to talk and speak with Miss Loper in the Mississippi Nurse Voluntary Program. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. You then from there went to see Dr. Lee, where in February of 2021, you submitted to an assessment. Is that right?
Yes.
During that time, he administered several tests to you. Would that be right? Okay. And I won't belabor the report, but have you read the entire report?
Yes.
Okay. And did you hear Dr. Lee's testimony today?
Yeah.
And did you hear that he was concerned about the diagnosis as well as the recent alcohol screen in October?
Yes.
Okay. And I have to ask you, Ms. Krill, because I believe I heard you say you didn't think you had a problem or a substance use disorder. Am I right in hearing that correctly?
Yes.
And so is it still your testimony after hearing Dr. Lee? And of course, you admitting to what you did. Is it still your testimony that you don't have a problem?
Yes.
So then are you saying to the board that you take your own situation in your own hands? You're not going to listen to a doctor?
That's not what I'm saying.
Okay, all right. Dr. Lee, in his testimony, and actually in his written recommendations, that's in B13, wanted you to attend some counseling based upon how you answered some questions, and he was concerned about your own life. Would you agree?
Yes.
Did you go and see anyone or undergo that counseling?
Yes, I did.
Okay, where did you go?
I did 6 weeks of outpatient therapy at Pine Belt.
At Pine Belt, okay. Have you since been to see anyone at Pine Belt or anywhere else? No. Is it your testimony that you feel like you don't need to?
No,
No.
that's not what I'm saying.
Okay. Do you think you need to seek additional help?
I think it would be wise to seek additional help, but as of right now, I do not have the insurance to cover it.
Okay, all right. And that was your testimony and actually your written explanation and contained in B7, wasn't it? Your B7 is your written withdrawal to the program?
Yes.
Okay, and in that written withdrawal, you just stated you do not have the money for another assessment. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. But you don't deny the fact that you did violate the MMVP contract by testing positive for alcohol. Is that correct?
No, I don't deny it.
Did you understand when you were entering in the program and they were explaining to you about no tolerance and abstinence? Did you really understand what that meant?
Yes.
If you understood what it meant, then why make the decision to drink a glass of wine after work?
I don't know. I don't know.
So if the board were to consider providing you another chance at working maybe under some probationary terms, would you be willing to do that?
I just want to keep my license.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
I just want to keep my license.
Okay. So is it your testimony then, whatever the board asks of you, should they decide to let you keep your license, that you would be willing to do it?
Yes.
Okay. Do you think you're well enough to go back to nursing right now?
Yes.
What medications are you currently taking, Ms. Creel? When's the last time you smoked marijuana?
Entering the program back in February.
You did test positive in March 2021. So,
Yes.
so is it, again, just want to clarify. Your testimony is that you didn't smoke marijuana at all in the month of March.
No, I did not.
And has a doctor prescribed a medication to you and you're refusing to take it?
The doctor prescribed trazodone for me, but I have been unable to get a hold of them to get the refill.
And what doctor, what's the name of your provider?
Mike Johnson.
Is he the only provider that you've been seeing?
Yes.
Nothing further.
Any questions for Ms. Creel from the board panel?
I have a couple of questions. Melissa. So do you still go to AA meetings?
No.
When's the last time that you attended?
I did my AA meetings the week that I quit the program. So
The week what?
the week I quit the program, I stopped doing them.
And then it's your testimony that the last time that you smoked marijuana was in February.
February before I entered the program.
Okay. And then if we asked for you to submit to a drug screen today, would you be willing to do that as one of the requests from the board panel?
Yeah.
Ms. Creel, I'm sure. My couple of questions are, you stated that you were tired of taking other drugs. That's why you started taking, using marijuana,
Other medications.
other medication. What were they, please?
Melatonin, ZQuil, Ativan, anything you can get just to help sleep right off the shelf.
What these were prescribed to you?
The only thing I've had, the Ativan was prescribed to me. The only other thing prescribed to me would have been the trazodone by Mike Johnson.
By Dr. Johnson?
Yes, ma'am.
And the narcotic that was missing from the facility, what was it?
It was Norco. You're welcome.
Anything further from the board panel?
How long did you work at the Grove?
I've been there a little over 4 years.
4 years? Did Ms. Locler know anything in the 4 years or the last year that she was having problems?
No, ma'am, I met Miss Slooper when I entered the program.
Did they have a program there set up? You did have a problem to help you financially?
The Grove? I don't believe so.
Saying Ms. Creel, if it wasn't for, if you'd had the money, would you still be in the voluntary nurse program?
If you had the money for the assessment?
Or what I'm trying to understand is it a money issue, the reason why you quit? You wanted to quit the voluntary program, or was it you didn't like some of the rules with the program?
If I had the money, I would have done the reassessment.
You would have continued on with the program?
what was the time frame for your treatment at Pine Belt? You said you went through 6 weeks.
6 weeks.
When was that?
I got it after the initial assessment was done, and I did it while working. So I think I started it in April and finished started it sometime in March and finished in April. I'm not really sure on the date.
Anything further from the panel?
And Ms. Loper knew about that, right?
The therapy that I had to go through, yes, ma'am, it was a part of it.
Any redirect counsel?
None.
All right, at this time, we will have closing statement. Counsel.
It should be clear and convincing before the panel today, as this matter with Ms. Krill, that she did violate the Nurse Practice Act. That's by not only by her admission, but by the evidence and testimony presented here today before the board panel. Ms. Krill was given the opportunity to be in a program that was confidential and non-disciplinary in nature. And she understood the conditions, or at least she initialed and had much contact with Ms. Loper during the course of her time to understand what was required. One of the key components in admitting you have a problem, which quite frankly is what Ms. Krill had to do to enter into the program. You can't voluntarily enter into a nurse recovery program and not admit you don't have an issue. Yet today, you hear her saying that she doesn't have a substance use disorder. You heard a clinical psychologist with a PhD testify. He gave her and administered these various batteries. She has a substance use disorder. And in the program, instead of following what was required of her, she violated it. She tested positive for alcohol. It's not for the panel to judge what it was necessarily that she tested positive, but that it was a positive. We have to hold our nurses, especially in a program that's voluntary, to a certain standard. Ms. Loper went above and beyond at counseling, having communication sessions, both written and by phone, with Ms. Krill in hopes of helping her. Instead, it seems that Ms. Krill has not helped herself. So with that, should the panel decide to give Ms. Krill an opportunity to nurse, it would just be recommended that she continue to do that under certain conditions and stipulations and have a probated license, as she has not been cleared with regard to her substance use. Thank you.
Ms. Krill, you have a closing statement? Thank you.
I make a motion that we go into closed termination session.
It's been moved and properly seconded. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed? That motion carries unanimously. Now entertain a motion for the board to exit to executive session regarding license number P330035.
I make a motion we go into executive session for terminations regarding the state's license number.
It's been moved and properly seconded. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed? That motion carries unanimously. The board will now exit to executive session for deliberation. We will return with a decision in this matter. We are back on the record. I'll entertain a motion for the board to return to regular session.
Make a motion that the board panel go back into regular session. So moved.
It's been moved and properly seconded that the board panel return to regular session. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. The board is now back in regular session. Following deliberation on license number P330035, the board panel renders the following. Suspension of license stayed with drug-related stipulations to include a fine of $250, educational courses to include substance abuse and ethics, 60 months probation. It is recommended that the licensee follow the recommendations of Dr. Tom Lee. There will be indirect supervision as well as employer reports. NAAA attendance is recommended. A copy of this order will be mailed to the licensee at their address on file with the board. If there are no questions, you are excused.
Pay the $250 by?
You'll have 90 days within which to do that.
When will I get all the paperwork?
We should have the order to you within 30 to 45 days.
And I have to do all this before I resume to work?
Well, your license is essentially on probation, so you will need to take that up with your employer.
Okay.
She's currently suspended.
So will my license stay suspended?
Oh, the suspension is stayed.
Which,
So it is actually still intact, but if you are in violation of these stipulations, there could be further action taken by the board against your license.
okay. But it's okay. It's fine. Thank you.
Ms. Creel, do you understand that you still have your license?
She doesn't.
Okay.
She was summarily suspended.
My apologies.
Yep. So because you were summarily suspended, you came here today and the board is saying to you, they're going to give you the opportunity, but you aren't able to nurse yet until we get the final order. And then in that final order, when it says suspension stayed, that means it's not enforced. And as long as you do the things within the order. But if you violate any terms of the order, then the suspension will come into play. Does that make sense? But so when you get the final order, you will be allowed to get your license back. It's going to take 30 to 45 days before we get that order. Yes. Yes.
Got it. Mhm.
Yes.
Thank you.
Is Miss Jones on the line? Stephanie? She is. I've been trying to get Richard before we begin the next hearing. Is there a way I can talk to her?
Hey, this is Angela Jones. I'm on. I just didn't know.
Yes,
when I
tried to call you and then emailed you as well, just to give you updates.
I'm
Your matter will be next before the panel. But what I wanted to know is whether or not you're going to plead guilty or not guilty to the charges in the complaint. And that will just determine how the proceeding will go. And if you need me to explain that, I will.
No, you don't have to. I'm going to plead guilty. I would, appreciate a chance to explain some details, and I'm sure I'll be given that opportunity.
Okay.
But I will plead guilty.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know. Thank you.
I'm sorry I missed your call. Do I need to stay on right now?
I believe so. If the panel's ready to proceed, yes.
Okay. Should I mute right?
I'm sorry.
Should I mute my phone?
I think you're okay.
Okay.
The next matter on the docket before the board panel, license number R860353. The licensee is present.
Yes, sir.
Any preliminary matters, council?
Yes, there are two. One, the state would need to admit evidence, documents as evidence into the record and swearing in of witnesses. So at this time, the state would move that exhibits B1 through B19 be admitted into the record.
Ms. Jones, do you have any objection to those exhibits?
No, sir.
Thank you. They are admitted.
Secondly, we do need a swearing in. I know Ms. Jones, as the respondent today, would need to be sworn in, as well as Casey Loper. I would like to reserve the right to call her as a rebuttal witness if necessary.
Okay, the board panel has agreed to allow these witnesses to be sworn in virtually. You may do so at this time.
Will you please raise your right hand, please? Jones, will you raise your right hand as well? Everyone solemnly swear that the testimony
Is someone speak? I can hardly hear. Is there someone speaking to me?
Yes. Will you raise your right hand so I can swear you in, please?
Yes.
Do each one of you solemnly swear that the testimony you're going to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Okay.
I do.
Was that a yes?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. We will begin with opening statements from both sides. There will be an opportunity for each of you to share your information with the board. There will be questioning from possibly the board panel as well as council. Once the presentation of both sides has been concluded, there will be closing statements. The board will at that point make findings of fact and conclusions of law and will render its decision, a copy of which will be forwarded to the licensee. These hearings are open to the public. Ms. Jones, are you represented by counsel?
No, sir.
Do you understand you have the right to be represented by counsel?
Yes, sir.
You understand you have the right to have witnesses testify on your behalf?
Yes, sir.
You are ready to proceed with this matter?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. This is a show cause hearing. Counsel, we will begin with you with the opening statement.
We are here today before the panel with the matter of Angela Jones, license number R860353. The state has alleged in the formal complaint, along with the order that summarily suspended Ms. Jones's license, that she has violated the Nurse Practice Act. Specifically, the evidence and testimony will show the panel today that she did possess and obtain a drug and administer it to self except as legally directed, as well as violating the MMVP agreement in which she voluntarily signed, in that the evidence and testimony will show that she tested and confirmed positive for oxycodone, admitting to take her daughter's pain medication, that she failed and refused to check in with the Affinity Spectrum system, and failed to submit specimens when she was called to do so on 3 separate occasions.
Ms. Jones, if you have an opening statement, you can make it at this time.
Okay, and I'm not familiar with how this works. I've never been in this situation. Am I going to kind of just a general, am I going to explain and things now, or is this just a general? How long can this be?
This is supposed to be brief. You can
Okay.
give a brief overview of your argument, or if you'd rather not give one, you can do that as well.
Okay. I'm Angela Jones. I have been a nurse for 22 years. This is my first offense. I know that really doesn't have any, effect on this, but I did come forward. I realized that I had a problem when I was at work. I planned to go to my nurse manager. She was out of town, and we ended up having the meeting. There are many, if I am given the opportunity, I would appreciate to justify. I know justification isn't, I'm sorry, I'm nervous. I've never done this before, but some of the wording on the statement, I don't feel like accurately represents what actually happened. I feel like there is sufficient cause for some things that happened, and I'm a good nurse. I want the opportunity to defend myself. I know what I did was wrong. I'm just not that kind of person, and I really don't know what to say right now. But I mean, I would like to be given the opportunity to go through from start to finish what happened with this, if I can.
You will have that opportunity, Ms. Jones. We just
Okay.
begin with the Council for Board of Nursing first.
Okay.
And as an announcement, I do understand after conferring with Ms. Jones that she will plead guilty to the charges outlined in the complaint as marked and admitted into evidence Exhibit B5. Is that correct, Ms. Jones?
Yes, ma'am.
As a result of that guilty finding, the board now will then rest on its pleadings and reserve the right to cross-examine Ms. Jones, of course, and then call Ms. Loper as needed as a rebuttal witness.
All right, thank you. With that having been said, Ms. Jones, you may share with the board the information you have in your behalf. You
Okay.
may be questioned by the counsel for the board as well as members of the board panel. You may begin.
Okay. And I would just like to start by saying that I know me explaining all this does not justify what I did. I accept accountability for what I did and know that it was wrong. I've learned from it. Really, ultimately, I'm glad that this has been a blessing because it's made me a better person today, not just with that, but spiritually and just as a person in whole. But so to start out with, I did take 4 to 5 oxycodone that were not prescribed to me. At the time, I had carpal tunnel syndrome really bad. I had been to the doctor about it, and they actually sent me to a pain management specialist. But in between that time, I was being, asked to work overtime and stay late. And it just became so painful that I did, unfortunately, take those without prescription. After I did it, I could not believe the fact that I resorted to that. And I knew then that this was a problem because that's not me. And for me to do that and disregard possible consequences and just the morality of it, I knew there was a problem. So I did plan to speak with my nurse manager about a week before we met with the Board of Nursing. And she was out of town. So it was about 2 days after she came back that I was trying to get the nerve up to do it. And I never did. So when I did get called into the meeting, I literally said, this is actually a relief. I wanted to ask for help, but I didn't know how. So it was kind of a relief that it was all put out there in the open. I did end up going to pain management shortly before that. He had to do a injection. I was taken in and given procedural sedation, and that was performed because it was so painful. I was prescribed Norco afterwards, and during the meeting, I actually had Norco prescribed, and I think this was like my second day after, due to another injury on my right shoulder. So I think that may be why they did not test me, because they knew that I did have that in my system. And then, so let's see. Okay, so I did, after talking with the Board of Nursing and admitting what I had done, I asked about doing the voluntary program. And after talking with Casey Loper, we reviewed the contract, and I did start that program. I think it was in November. I went ahead and did my self-assessment, started my meeting log, and did not have a job at the time, so did not put that in, but also was given a month to get a sponsor. The sponsor I got was a very, very good, dedicated woman to the program. With 7 years of sobriety, and this was her serious. I mean, we talked every day. I had to call her every day at 4:30. And I feel like her reports were probably very thorough and honest. But so we went over the agreement. I did start going to AA meetings. I'm sorry, I'm kind of all over the place. I did start going to AA meetings. There were 3 different ones that I was going to, because they don't offer them 7 days a week. There are some virtual that I did the Zoom as well, but I did, keep up with those and submit those. I always submitted my reports on time, all reports needed. I went for about a year, or maybe 10 or 11 months without a job. I applied for multiple jobs, and I was always honest up front. And I don't know if that's what kept me from getting the job, but I did not successfully have employment until August. And at that time I went to Fresenius Medical Care. So during this time, my financial strain was horrible. My husband lost his job during COVID. So neither me or my husband have had a job. For over a year, or he hasn't had one for over a year. I haven't had one for 10 months. Sorry. Okay. So we have 2 children, and expenses. And so I think I've mentioned it to Casey, that this is going to be hard. I appreciated the program being free, but I did struggle paying for the test. I know there were a few missed check-ins. Each time I missed a check-in, I sent an email or called to let them know what was going on. And there was one occasion that my daughter had to be rushed to the ER. And I know this is just giving excuses and trying to justify. And I know it doesn't change the fact that it happened, but I think just the not having the job and not having that set routine. And, I got the habit of just rolling over in the bed when I woke up and checking in. And there were a few times that something would happen and I would have to jump out of the bed, and I would just forget. And when I would remember, it would be late. I know that my first drug test, I think, came back diluted. I was very concerned about that. I asked Casey if this was going to be against me, and she said, if it began to be a problem, then it would. I did explain I drink Red Bull. It's something I've kind of gone to that I need to stop. But I do drink Red Bull, and I think that kind of has that diuretic effect. And so, that was one reason it was diluted. I think I had one after that, maybe 2. And I honestly just don't, I've been dieting. I've been trying to drink a lot of water. I tried to go in early in the morning, so I'm not sure. There was one time that there was one time that I was picked to test, and I was having COVID symptoms. And I did go to the doctor, and I have documentation that I had a test. It was negative. So a few days later, I was chosen again. And at this point, we're fixing to lose our house. it was, I just didn't have the money. I'm sorry. Give me 1 second. I knew entering the contract that I would have to pay for these tests, but I really thought I'd be employed sooner than I was. But there was one circumstance that I just couldn't come up with it. And it wasn't a refusal. I mean, I guess it was. If I had the money, I would have happily gone. I was really happy with myself. I used to be nervous about the drug test, even though I knew that I had not done it. It was just still, I don't know. I'm just an anxious person, but I had gotten to the point where it didn't even bother me. I was like, oh, today is a drug test, and like, I didn't even think twice, because I knew I was good and I didn't have to worry about that. And I was good before, but I just my anxiety would take over. But so I did not have a positive result. But I did have a few times that, due to the COVID symptoms, due to lack of money, and at the same time, me and my husband are going through divorce, and my children are dealing with some medical issues, and we're about to get foreclosed in our house. So the money was a big deal at that time. Those things were not going on at the beginning. But so fast forward, just want to make sure I haven't missed anything. Okay. After rehab, I was okay. So after I saw had the assessment done, the counselor did say that she felt that I had PTSD in addition to my anxiety and bipolar disorder. I get into a deep depression when I am on the depressive side of the disorder. And due to family history, some just childhood things that have happened, she did say, that I had PTSD. And once she said that, I realized that I really do. So she felt that inpatient rehab would be best for me. Initially, I just broke down. My 2 children are everything to me. I didn't want to have to tell them and leave them. But I did. And it was the best thing for me. It helped me to get to know myself, focus on me and my problem. It helped me to learn other ways to cope with things. Really helped a lot. When I got out, I was excited. I was super pumped because, you're in this bubble in rehab, and then you just, you feel positive about everything. But then you come out and life happens and it's harder. But I still stay sober. I did start going to AA at first. I thought, I don't need AA every day. This is crazy. It's going to take away from my kids 3 days a week. How am I going to do this? But I did go, and eventually I learned that the fellowship there, the support, the reading of the big book, the finding the spirituality was everything I needed. I basically, most of the time, went every day. And it, I'm sorry, can y'all still see me? Wait. Okay. It's something, I've told a lot of people that I feel like everyone should have AA, not just alcoholics or drug addicts, but it's just something that can just change your life. You have a new beginning, you throw everything out that you've learned and you just start over. And that really helped me a lot, get through life, ups and downs. So I did tell all of my physicians, I was trying to be honest and come forward. Anytime I went to the doctor, I let them know that I was in recovery. I let my dentist know that. And so I did, once I started at Fresenius, I tripped and my foot went sideways and I broke my metatarsal on my right foot. And I went to the doctor. It's extreme pain and swollen, but I told him, I can't take any pain medication. I wasn't sure how I was going to do it, but I was going to do it. So they put me in a boot and I went home and I just said a prayer. And, at this time, I feel like my relationship with God had really strengthened my spirituality. I was seeing a change in my life. I was seeing that peace and serenity without having to turn to a substance. And it just, I was just amazed. And so I literally said a prayer, and the next day it hardly hurt at all. However, shortly after that, a few weeks later, I have an ingrown toenail that it has to be removed every 6 months. It gets really down. It gets painful. And I had to work and I couldn't leave work. And so my daughter had her wisdom teeth removed. And she was finished with her medicine. I just want to say I would never in a million years take her medication if she needed it. She had finished, she had recovered. I think there were 2 pills left. And I even, before, when she just came out of surgery, I told my husband, I want you to pick these pills up. You control them. I don't want to see them. Well, once she got off of them, I think he put them in the medicine cabinet or something. And so I did. I saw them. My toe was hurting. So I took one. I knew that I needed to report that to the program. However, I know that it's in there. I went back and read it, but I didn't realize it was within 24 hours. But I do, I went back and I see that. And I know that Casey discussed that with me. It was just, I guess with everything, I just forgot. I don't know, but I did want to come forward. So I went to my manager, and this is actually, I did get picked for a drug test this day. I didn't realize it was a hair drug test until after I talked to Miss Sharon, because I was trying to figure out why the program kept, why the app kept sending me to a different lab, and I even called Affinity and I was like, why am I going to this lab instead? And later on, we found out that it was because it was a hair test. So when I did decide to come forward, it was before I even knew it was a hair test. I would have passed a urine test because it was weeks before. But I did want to be honest. I came forward to my nurse manager. I talked with my sponsor. She said, we cannot go through this with any lies. And so I did talk to my sponsor, and she encouraged me to go forward. I was scared, I just started working and I knew that I needed the money, but I had to do what was right. So I went to my nurse manager, and she told me I needed to clock out and she would talk to HR. I called Sharon at that time and reported it. And after that, she met with the board and they told me that I would have to come to legal counsel. So I just wanted to confirm, I never refused a drug test out of the fear of not passing. It was other issues, financial, COVID testing. I know I had some dilute specimens that I'm just not sure about. And as far as the missed check-ins, I was so mad at myself. I could have kicked myself in the butt when I would miss a check-in, because I was like, I don't have anything to worry about. This was an easy, how can I not remember to check in? That, it was so easy to do. And it's just something that I forgot. I did start setting an alarm, but I had a ton of alarms set for to-dos, and it would just get missed and I'd be busy. I said I'd do it later. And by the time I would remember or be at a place where I could do it, it was 6 o'clock at night. I think I even emailed Sharon a few times at night saying, I'm so sorry, and told her what was going on. I just want to confirm I did afterwards was very compliant with everything. I turned in all my reports. I went to AA. I'm seeing a therapist. I've always seen a therapist about every 3 months for bipolar, depression, anxiety, severe anxiety. So much to the point where when signing up for the program, Casey told me that it was discouraged to take any mood altering substance. And so, and I've never abused Xanax. That's just not something. I have no trouble sleeping. And so I know typically people use it to sleep, and I just never need, I only took it when I was having like an anxiety attack or really needed it. And it just made me normal. And I never abused it. I'm sorry, y'all. My laptop wasn't working, so this is my phone. So I told my psychiatrist that, and he said, no, I really feel like with your level of anxiety, you need it. You've never shown any signs of abuse. I've been your psychiatrist for 4 or 5 years. And I said, well, I need you to write a letter. So he did. So I was still taking Xanax. I think one test showed positive, and I talked to Casey about it, and she said it was because of Xanax. So that should have been excused. But eventually, when I was in the program, I got closer to God, spirituality, saw the changes he was making in my life. I just wanted to quit everything. And I actually took it upon myself to go to the psychiatrist and explain to him that I wanted to try to get off the Xanax. And so he weaned me off, and I now take hydroxyzine and propranolol for symptoms, physical symptoms. And it's definitely doesn't work as well as the Xanax, but it gets me through. Neither one of those are narcotics. So I did take that initiative to do that because I do want to do this right. And I know I had a slip up. I learned from it. And, I love nursing. I feel that, I'm very good at it. My patients have always loved me. I've never had any discipline, and it's sad that this disease can be this powerful. And I see that now. And just like when I took the pill from my daughter's bottle, here I am, hadn't even thought about taking anything. I'm doing good. And then all of us, my toes been hurting, but all of a sudden driving home from somewhere that my husband was behind me, just all of a sudden I got the thought, if I could just go home and take one of her pills and that would help my pain. I'm going to get there before he does. And so I can do it. And it was just that sudden, just weak moment that I had that overpowered everything. And so now, I have a plan for that. I'm ready for that. Calling my sponsor, reaching out to support systems, trying meditation and praying. But yeah, this disease is so powerful that it just in an instant, you could just throw everything away. And I don't want to do that. My life was unmanageable. And it's finally got some organization to it now. And I just, I applied for PetSmart, a job for PetSmart. Just so I could try to keep this house. And I'm just mad at this disease because it's almost making me lose everything. Well, not everything. I'm blessed for everything I have, my children, my home, my health. But I'm just really screwed up. It won't happen again. And like I said, I'm just trying to make it through. And I actually have an interview for PetSmart next week. And hopefully I can get on there so I can buy some Christmas. I think that's all I have.
All right, thank you, Ms. Jones. Council, you have any questions for Ms. Jones?
I do. Good morning, Ms. Jones. How are you?
Good morning. I'm good. How are you?
I'm well. I have some questions that I'm going to ask you.
Okay.
Specifically, guilty, did you not, to the allegations in the complaint against your license, correct?
Right, that I did take narcotics. Yes, ma'am. And
Okay.
I never took them at work. I just wanted to clarify that, but are you talking about the pleading for the possession of narcotics? Is that what you're talking about?
In B5, charge 1 and charge 2. Earlier, you had pled guilty to those
Okay.
charges.
And I'm sorry, let me just say one more thing. I apologize. I recently was in the hospital unexpectedly and just got out, and being that we may be foreclosing on the house, my mother came over and was helping pack up stuff. And I've honestly, I can't find that sheet of paper. So I apologize. I've looked everywhere. She's helped me look. I reached out to Mr. May. Was it May? And but anyway, I know that's nor here or there, but can you read that to me?
Of course, but Ms. Jones, you received all the information as well via email, did you not?
Well, I haven't been able to, my laptop is not, I didn't receive the official statement because that was under Affinity Care and they locked me out and I can't get back on there.
Ms.
Yeah,
Jones,
I did receive something through AOL, but I haven't been able to print it off. And I thought that I was going to have a week before this to get ready. I didn't know I'd be in the hospital unexpectedly. So
you do know you did receive in the mail the
yes,
summary suspension and the allegations against you. You did receive that.
yes, ma'am.
So you have eyeballed that and looked at that
Yes,
document.
yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. And even on your phone, it should show attachments with your email, right? That those exhibits.
It won't let me open it with my iPhone, but I did receive that in the mail and I've looked at it. I just don't remember the exact wording.
Okay. So do we need to stop at this point and read specifically the charges to make sure she is understanding what she's pleading guilty to?
I think that would be a good idea.
I'm sorry, guys. I wasn't anticipating being in the hospital.
Okay, Ms. Jones, charge 1 reads, respondent violated Mississippi Code annotated section 7315-29-1L in that respondent engaged in unprofessional conduct as identified by the board in its rules, namely, respondent violated 30 Mississippi Administrative Code, Part 2820, Rule 1.2R, in that respondent was possessing, obtaining, furnishing, or administering drugs to any person, including self, except as legally directed. That is charge 1.
Okay. And I do plead guilty to that.
Okay. Charge 2, respondent violated Mississippi Code annotated section 7315-29-1 subsection F, and that respondent has negligently or willfully violated an order, rule, or regulation of the board pertaining to nursing practice or licensure, namely Mississippi Administrative Code Part 2826, Rule 1.885, in that respondent failed or refused to report all alcohol or unauthorized substance use, regardless of amount or route of administration. Rule 1.8I, any confirmed drug screen, positive drug screen, for which the MMBP program has not received prior written authorization and confirmation from an approved provider, and any drug screen that is confirmed as adulterated or substituted specimen shall result in the nurse applicant ceasing nursing practice until further evaluation and receipt of written authorization to return to practice from the MMBP program. And Rule 1.8F, any noncompliance with the contract or unsuccessful termination from the program is unprofessional conduct and is in violation of the rules and laws regarding the practice of nursing and may be used to support any future disciplinary actions.
Okay.
And you plead guilty to that or no?
I do. I mean, there's one thing, it did not include the fact that I did report it. I did
So
not.
is that I'm sorry to interrupt you, ma'am, but we need a yes or a no on that.
Yes, yes.
Okay. And then there's some specifics in the complaint. And I do note an error here by me, because it says that you voluntarily signed the agreement on December 5. You voluntarily signed the agreement on December 15th, 2020. Would you agree with me on that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. and then the specific facts of the complaint, and I just need a yes to guilty or no, you are not. On or about 9/24/2021, you tested and confirmed positive for oxycodone. You admitted to your employer that you had taken your daughter's pain medication.
Yes.
Okay, you failed or refused to check in with Affinity and failed and or refused to submit urine specimens on August 23rd, 2021 and September 7, 2021.
I plead guilty to failing. Yes. Not,
All right.
not, I mean, do I,
Three.
does- well, I mean, if I don't agree with one or the other, I guess I would say not guilty. I mean, I didn't refuse, but I guess, yes, I plead guilty. Yes. I mean,
Well, the issue on number 2 is that you refused to submit a urine specimen on 8/23 and 9/7. So you did or you did not.
yeah, I'm guilty for that.
And then 3 submitted specimens on January 8, May 10th, and June 17, all in 2021, the results of which were value out of range.
Yes. Yes.
And then finally, failed and or refused to check in with Affinity March 14, April 11, June 20, and August 11, all in the year of 2021.
Yes.
Okay, so again, just to clarify, you are pleading guilty to the charges and allegations against you as referenced in Exhibit 5 under Exhibit A complaint. Is that correct?
It is.
Okay. Now proceed with cross-examination. All right, Ms. Jones, you mentioned that you had been in the hospital and didn't expect that, but I also understand, weren't you also on a cruise prior to that?
I'm sorry. Oh, yes. Yes, ma'am. I was.
And
Do you want me
how
to
long-
explain what happened?
No, ma'am, I'm just wanting a yes or no.
Yes,
So yes, you were on a cruise?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and I asked that because you're presenting before the panel as a hardship of paying money to submit to drug screens, yet you
Right.
just admit that you were on a cruise. Is that right?
Yes. Can I explain? Can I elaborate on that?
I just want a yes or no, but if you I guess.
I mean, I feel that that was not paid by me. That cruise was scheduled 2 years ago. Due to COVID, it was already paid for. My mother paid for it. She could not get a refund. It kept being postponed because of COVID. This is the 5th time that it was postponed. And this is the first time that we were able to go. There was no way to get a refund, or she would have gotten a refund and given it to me to help me. But yeah, I did not pay for that.
Did you call in Affinity during that time?
I was no longer in the program.
I see. You testified earlier that you took the oxycodone of your daughters for carpal tunnel, but then
No.
testified later that it was due to your foot.
No, I said I took the 4 or 5 oxycodone previously in September for my carpal tunnel. And they actually wanted to do carpal tunnel syndrome on me, surgery on me, but I refused because I knew I would need the pain medicine after. I've just tried to deal with it in other ways. That was in September, and then last year. And then it was this year, September, that I took it for my foot.
That was not clear when you early testified. So your response to only there being 2 pills left in the bottle, you were only referencing the time that you took it for your foot, not your hand?
Exactly.
Okay. What was your drug of choice, Ms. Jones?
Oxycodone. It helped the most with my pain.
Okay. So when's your sobriety date?
Well, I relapsed when taking that. So and I don't have the exact date in front of me. It's the day that 2 weeks prior to self-reporting in September. I'm sorry, I don't have the date right in front of me, but it was September of 2021. Prior to that, it was October 12th, which is when I was admitted to rehab.
And you testified that you currently attend AA meetings?
Yes, I do.
All right. When's the last time you attended?
Not yesterday, but the day before.
And where do you attend?
I attend DOA, which stands for Dead on Arrival. It is a AA and an Al-Anon group meeting. I also attend Clinton Crossroads in Clinton. It's an AA meeting. And the DOA, we meet Monday night. We also meet Fridays. We have like a game night afterwards, and I'm active in that. And I oversee that. And I also oversee, we have a group messenger thing, which I run. I'm trying to get active. But I also go to Clinton Crossroads. It meets Saturdays and Tuesday and Thursday at noon. And sometimes I go to SOP, which is Serenity of Purpose. Those meet Tuesday and Friday nights. Occasionally, a few times I've been to Yana. I'm not sure what it stands for. It's North Jackson. It's downtown Jackson. And then I've done some Zoom. I have a link for a 24-hour every hour on it has a meeting.
What current medications are you taking?
I take Paxil, 40 milligrams daily. I take Lamictal, 400 milligrams daily. I take Wellbutrin, 300 milligrams XR daily. That's for my bipolar and depression. I was taking the Xanax and no longer take that. I take hydroxyzine for that, which is 50 milligrams. And propranolol, 20 milligrams as needed. I do have a prescription for trazodone, but I don't have trouble sleeping, so I usually don't take that. Every blue moon, I may take that, and it's 100 milligrams.
Did the same provider prescribe all of those?
Yes, ma'am.
And who was that?
Dr. Clyde Glenn, Glenn.
And how long have you been seeing Dr. Glenn?
I don't have a definite amount of time, but about 4 years.
I thought you had mentioned in earlier testimony, you had also gone to see someone regarding pain management. Did I misunderstand?
No, I did. That was with my carpal tunnel last year in September 2020.
And who was that?
That was, gosh, I wish I had his name. Dr. LaPercival Griffin referred me to him, and I didn't even think about getting his name. I don't know why.
Just out of curiosity, if you went to pain management regarding your hand, can you explain what medications were you taking?
Before going to him, I was just taking my routine medications. And it wasn't just my hand, it was my whole arm, my right worse than my left. And it was to the point where it was going numb and painful. I couldn't sleep at night. I couldn't work at times. I couldn't write to work because my hand would lock up. It was severe carpal tunnel. And I was just taking my routine meds prior to that. After I went to see him, the only thing he had added was hydrocodone. To that is not a continuous order, but just for, because at the time I was also having some shoulder pain. So that was, a temporary supply. It wasn't something he was going to be prescribing me. And I know I never went back to him after that, but he did, I did go back and get an injection in my in my right wrist.
Did that doctor know that you had a substance use problem with oxycodone?
No, this was prior to the program or anything. And I didn't realize that I did at that time. It wasn't until I actually, that it hit me, just about a week or so before I met with the Board of Nursing when I had planned to talk to my nurse manager. At that time, I didn't feel that I had one.
Okay.
I mean, I just needed something for my pain. I knew it was temporary. It wasn't anything. And I didn't even want to go to pain management. I was actually going to go to ortho instead. But he said that ortho doesn't typically likes for you to go to pain management first and come to them if it doesn't work. I don't know.
I heard you testify earlier that had you submitted to a urine screen earlier than September 24th, that you would have passed it and would not have been negative, I mean, would not have been positive for any substance. Did I hear that correctly?
No, ma'am. I said September 24th when I was selected to have a drug screen. At that time, I thought it was a urine drug screen. And so I had no worries, even though I had relapsed and taken a pill, I had no worries that I would pass it because, you know, I think those are out of your system in like 5 days. And it was 2 weeks prior that I took it. So I knew I could take a drug screen and it would probably pass, but I chose not to do that. I chose to be honest, do the right thing, and take the test, even though I knew the urine would not show up. And later I found out it was a hair test. So,
Right. And the reason, excuse me, are you finished? I'm
yeah,
sorry. Okay. The reason I ask that is because if you testified then that you took the oxycodone 2 weeks prior to the 24th, is that why you didn't show up to submit a screen on 9/7/2021?
no, I just could not. I mean, I would not have, I don't remember the exact date that I took it, but it would not have caused me to have a positive drug screen.
But you don't deny, that you didn't submit a specimen on 8/23/2021 or 9/7/2021. Is that right?
Yes, I think one of those were excused due to my COVID symptoms. Because they actually took the test off and retested another day.
So you signed the agreement with the MMVP program on December 15th, 2020. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. I believe so. Yes.
And
I don't have the exact date in front of, well, actually I do. Hold on. It says December 15th, December 2020.
Okay. And when you signed that agreement, did you agree to all the terms and conditions within that contract?
I did.
Okay. And that would include abstention. Part C, is that true?
Extension, like extension of time in the program.
Abstention on the first page, part C.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. Yes.
Okay. And you signed initially understanding total abstinence, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Other than my Xanax, which is in the it's also in the contract that I will.
Exactly, because you were also given the opportunity to disclose medications and providing for other prescriptions as may be necessary, were you not?
Yes.
Okay. And you did not provide a prescription to MMVP regarding oxycodone, correct?
Right.
Okay. In the agreement, you agreed to submit to urine drug screens, correct?
Correct.
Yep. You do admit to guilt to not submitting to two that you were selected for, as well as miscalling in. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And at the time that you signed the agreement, were you working at Fresenius Medical Care?
No, ma'am.
Okay. When did you begin working there?
It was the end of August, the middle or end of August this year.
Okay.
And I was go ahead.
And you were also terminated from there, were you not?
I was.
Okay. And you were terminated there because the Fresenius company had a no tolerance policy for any positive screen. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that's listed in Exhibit B13. You did admit to them, did you not?
I'm sorry. Can I just say one thing?
I asked you the question and you responded.
Okay. Okay.
And you also did disclose to the employer that you would be positive, correct?
Yes. Once I
Okay.
found out it was a hair test.
Okay, all right. After Fresenius, did you nurse anymore at any other location?
No.
Okay. All right. You were also given, Ms. Jones, 4 letters of concern while you were in the program. Is that true?
Mhm. It is.
And those letters of concern all dealt with non-compliance issues with the program, specifically you calling in or not calling in or submitting to or not submitting to drug screen selections. Is that true?
It is, yes.
Okay. And then the affinity program compliance report that's located in Exhibit B18. I'm interested in that because you actually submitted to a screen on 10/21/2021, the same day that your case was referred to legal, and you tested positive for benzodiazepines.
I'm not sure. I don't know. I did get a call from a doctor on that. I have no explanation on that. I don't. I
Well,
know I did not.
That's what I was going to ask you, because the note after that screen says that you denied taking any benzodiazepines.
I did. And he asked me if I wanted to send a second sample. And at that point, I just didn't have the money. And I knew that, you know, I was no longer in the program anyway. And, you know, at that point I had already been kicked out of the program. And I was also asked if, well, not by him, but yeah. Due to financial reasons, I couldn't, I mean, it literally, I'm going to food pantries right now. So I just couldn't.
Did you ever go and get a reassessment?
No, I was going to, at first I was telling Casey that, I mean, not Casey, Sharon, that, that would be hard for me to do because she initially told me that my therapist, because I see a therapist as well, and she told me that my therapist could do the assessment and that they could use that as a recommendation and a plan. So I paid $100 out of pocket to go see her. And she wrote up a letter and you know, suggest her recommendation and plan. And that was sent to Sharon in the MVP program. And later I was told that didn't even count. I had to go and see one of their assessors. And so I just spent $100 for nothing. If I had known I needed to go there instead, I would have. But now at this point, they want me to see one of theirs on top of that. I know their assessors, most of them only take cash, and it's like $250 to $1,000. It depends on the one. That last time when I did it initially, we drove to Hattiesburg because I think it was the cheapest. But still, I think that was $250, maybe $300. So after paying $100 to my therapist and then having to do that, I told her I could not do it at this point. But before she got back in touch with me, I talked with my mom. She was going to try to help come up with the money. But Sharon told me that there would be no further need for me to do that since I was being dismissed from the program.
Do you have any evidence to submit today, Ms. Jones, before the panel so that they have documented evidence that you are fit and competent and safe to practice as a nurse?
I don't.
Nothing further.
Any questions for Ms. Jones from the board panel?
No, sir.
Hey, Ms. Jones, I'm Dr. King. I'm a nurse practitioner and serving on your panel today. I have several questions, but I think my main question is, have you had a chemical dependency and assessment done that we have access to at all? Or is that what you did not do while you were in the program that you were supposed to do?
Y'all should have initial documentation right before, I think it was done in October, November. Right before I entered the program, I was required to have an assessment by one of y'all's assessors. So that one should be on file. They even told me that they were putting it on file. And then also when I graduated or when I left rehab, Casey had to wait for a report from the staff there and the therapist saying that I was fit to go back to work. I think my doctor also had to sign it. So that should be on there as well.
And then my next question is, because I think I heard you correctly, is that your Xanax was approved through the program, but the hydrocodone was not?
I wasn't on the hydrocodone before. I mean, like, yeah, the Xanax was approved. The hydrocodone was not, no ma'am. But I did take the hydrocodone before I was in the MNVP program. I never took hydrocodone while in the program. The only thing I took was that oxycodone for my foot that one time, and I reported that.
You went to rehab in October of 2021.
Ma'am,
You went to rehab in October 12th of 2021. Is that what I heard you say?
2020.
And then where was that and how long were you there?
It was at Greenhouse in Dallas, Texas. And I was there for 5 weeks inpatient.
Okay, thank you. I think that's all I have.
Thank you.
Anything further from the board panel? Council, do you have anything else?
I would just like to call Ms. Loper just briefly. Ms. Casey Loper. Please state your name for the record.
Casey Loper.
And in what capacity are you serving the Board of Nursing?
I'm the Mississippi Nurse Voluntary Program Manager.
Okay. And Ms. Loper, can you explain to the panel your involvement with the case involving Ms. Jones?
So Ms. Jones and I initially had contact when we were talking about her signing up for the program. I was her, I did her intake and I was her case manager. She was transferred to Sharon when Sharon joined the Board of Nursing. She was transferred to her caseload, but I stayed involved in the cases through case review and through updates with Sharon.
Okay. Upon intake and prior to her signing the agreement, Ms. Loper, do you recall that Ms. Jones was assessed by a board approved assessor?
Yes, I do recall that she was assessed by a board approved assessor. It resulted in a recommendation for residential services. She did go to residential services.
Okay. And do you recall the diagnosis from that assessment?
I don't recall what the official diagnosis was from there or from the treatment center.
But suffice it to say that if, you know, with her being eligible for the program, she would have to have had a substance use disorder diagnosis. Is that true?
Yes, and I would say if she went residential, that it would likely be moderate to severe.
All right. But that is a document that we do have on file and within the MMVP program. Is that correct?
That is correct. We do have it on file and in the program. It just wasn't entered as an exhibit due to it being unrelated to the reason for the referral to legal and the termination.
Can't hear.
I don't know that there's any further questions from Ms. Loper. One moment. I believe that's gonna be all, Ms. Loper. Thank you.
Ms. Jones, do you have any questions for Ms. Loper?
No, sir.
Any questions for Ms. Loper from the board panel?
What, is it too late for me to ask one question?
Go ahead.
Ms. Casey Loper, do you remember or feel that I did call and was involved anytime I missed a check-in or anything, that I did call and didn't just, you know, that I did seem to take it seriously and actually called you to give you a reason when I had missed a call in or the dilution?
I do believe that there is documentation that supports that you initiated contact to explain missed check-ins.
Okay.
As far as whether I feel somebody is serious about the program or not, I don't get involved in feelings.
Yep.
I just try to stick to facts.
Okay. I've got to let my dog out. I'm sorry. Okay. I have to let my dog out.
Do you have any further questions for Ms. Loper, Ms. Jones?
No, sir. Thank you.
All right, thanks. Any questions for Ms. Loper from the, I'm sorry, for Ms. Ms. Loper from the board panel? All right, thank you. At this time, I think we're ready for closing statements. Council, you may begin.
Yes. It should be clear, based upon the evidence and testimony provided to the board panel today, that Ms. Jones did indeed violate the Nurse Practice Act by her own guilty plea and admission. She did take a substance that was not prescribed to her, and in fact was the very drug of choice that led her into inpatient residential treatment by her own admission of oxycodone. She further violated the MMAP agreement in that she failed to check in and failed to submit to specimens when called to submit a specimen. There's some inconsistent statements made by Ms. Jones that she called the panel for concern. She admits to taking the oxycodone for her foot, admits to taking it prior to entering the program for her carpal tunnel. She admits to seeing a doctor for that, yet she sees one other doctor for all the other medications. It's quite confusing where we are with Ms. Jones. The bottom line, Ms. Jones did not comply with the MMVP agreement. Numerous occasions, on numerous charges, with numerous instances. She was given optimal opportunity through the letters of concern to call to her attention her need to call in and do what she was supposed to do while being in the program. She didn't. So we're here today. And the state would just ask that, considering her admission, considering the evidence and testimony, that this board impose disciplinary action upon Ms. Jones' license. She's enjoyed a non-disciplinary confidential status by being in this program, and she has made the choice to violate it.
Thank you, Council. Ms. Jones, if you have a closing statement, you may make it at this time.
Sure. Like I said previously, I take full accountability and responsibility for what I've done. I do agree, and you're correct in that I did violate the MNVP program, as well as the Nursing Act because of the oxycodone. As far as my doctors, and I'm prepared to take whatever disciplinary action I need for that, whether it's no longer nursing, being on probation, suspension, whatever it's supposed to be, I'm willing to accept that. I'm not here to argue with those charges. I just simply wanted to give my opportunity to show my side of things and explain. And I'm not releasing liability. I mean, I'm still accepting responsibility for that. I'm human. I did make a mistake. I feel that the outcome of it has been good for me. It's completely changed my life for the better. Even though I'm having financial and personal issues, my spiritual connection with God and my inside person is better from it. And as far as there being confusion with the doctors, I'm not sure why, but I will go ahead and clarify for you and lay it out there in case you're still confused. So I have a psychiatrist I've seen 4 years. I see him every 3 months. That is who prescribes my psychiatric medication due to history of bipolar, anxiety, severe depression, and PTSD. I see a therapist, Tara Mills, anywhere from every 2 weeks to once a month, depending on how often she feels that I need to be treated. She sees me for therapy concerning my PTSD, my bipolar, my recovery, and I'm very active in that. I went to pain management 2 times. The first time was for just an assessment. The next time was for an injection. Last time I went to him, I'm no longer going to him anymore. And as far as any other doctor, I mean, I don't understand how that's confusing. I have a psychiatrist, a therapist, and a doctor. Pain management, I'm not going to anymore. So I'm sorry if that confused you, but hopefully that cleared it up. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jones.
At this point, I will make a motion that we go into closed determination session to determine if executive session is needed.
I'll second that motion.
It's been moved and properly seconded. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed? That motion carries unanimously. I entertain a motion for the board panel to exit to executive session for deliberation on license number R 860353.
We'll make a motion that we go into executive session for deliberations on stated license number.
I second that motion.
It's been moved and properly seconded. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Opposed? That motion carries unanimously. The board panel will now exit to executive session. Ms. Jones, we will return at 1:30 with a decision in this matter,
Okay.
and we will reconvene at that time.
Should I just stay on here? Would that be the easiest thing and come back? It's gonna be the same. Is this, because I had trouble getting on today, but,
If that's fine, you can stay on during that time. That's fine.
okay,
All right, thank you.
thank you.